All right. Well, add in 30, so I'll wait until that's done. All right. Let's get into it. I'm working on my minigame. So I'm just gonna get going and I'll describe it later. But I basically need a procedure class and a procedure input action. Because I have basically a procedure is gonna have like 10 inputs. Or it could have a variable number of inputs, but I have it default to 10. And then each input action index is a procedure input action which contains the type of input it is, the type of action it is, and the ID of that action. Because I couldn't think of another way to do it without having multiple arrays. Which I could have multiple arrays, but data types makes it easier to understand, in my opinion. Which I have a item or equipment as my possible values for type and for type right now, basically. And this is going to be equipment. So the idea is that if the input action type is equipment, then I'm gonna input action type, input action dot ID because there's two ways I could do this, which I think the way that I'm doing it might not be the might be overcomplicating it, but I can fix it later if it works and I can dumb it down. But so it's working in my mind, so that's fine. We put action.ie equals. No, that's not what I want to do. Input actions. Craft procedures nearest tick. I'm getting this mixed up. Craft procedure. Dot inputs. Input actions. So that's wrong type. So this needs to be input actions. I'm gonna do set. No, what is it? Input action. Oh yeah, I just realized that this is covered up. Oop. And then we also got let me readjust this. Do that. Oh. What is he doing? Okay. I guess I could tilt the monitor. Okay. Input action dot ID. No, I want to do dot set. Isn't there? I'm surprised it's not auto completing. I think it's maybe because I didn't save it. Hold on. Maybe not. Oh, I don't. That's why. It's input actions dot set input action. That's why. Oop. Back to script. Here. That's why. Dot ID equals 0. Aircraft procedure dot input actions nearest tick equals. Oh, I want to do dot set input. Set input action defined right here. Does it not know it's of type? Should. It's a procedure. Then we need to give it the index. That's why. Nearest tick in the input action. There we go. I should have a setter here. Not set recipe. Set input action. It's confusing. I'll just do it for now. Procedure input action. I basically just want to do this. But I need to get the type ID. ID and then we just do this. Type ID. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. And here we want to do set input action. Equipment 1. Okay, so that's like that. Because that's what I want to do for the minigame for the Modern Pesos. I just have 2 inputs for now, is I'm making it so that you have 1 ingredient and you choose to either grind or crush on a certain time interval. So, should work for that. And then we're looking at right now. Minigame. Check results. Gonna do that still. So we're comparing the currently given the current craft procedure. All right, I need to think about this. So when the player hits craft and then the minigame pops up, what information is being passed from the first initial input? We have because as of right now, what it does is it gets the ingredients and compares the ingredient with the list of recipes. And if the ingredients match a recipe, then it indicates a success. But what we want is if the ingredients match a recipe, I need to consider if there's more than one procedure for given ingredients, which is what I want to do, or at least this. So I guess I need to pass the recipe and the procedure. And I would need to so let me think about that then. Well, the recipe has a procedure, right? So this naming, I knew this naming convention would be confusing. The idea is that a recipe has a procedure, but we're creating a new procedure. So this would be like the given craft recipe. But that means we're also missing the information on the items used in the craft. Do I need to know them though? Well, for this minigame, not necessarily. I do, actually. This would be that's just a recipe though. But I don't okay. I need to think about this because if I'm saying a given set of ingredients could have multiple procedures to produce different results, then I can't just pass in the recipe I'm comparing it to because there could be multiple recipes. So I could pass in an array of recipes, but I feel like that's not a clean way to do it. I feel like it would make more sense to not even pass in a recipe, and what you do is after the procedure is complete is you compare the ingredients and the procedure that was output with the recipe book, and you go through that and then you check for that, and that would be a lot simpler. So I think that is the way that makes sense, at least for me intuitively. Which means I don't necessarily care about this because what I'm basically looking for is ingredients. I need to have the ingredients, the tool used, which is given based on the minigame, and the procedure. Ingredients, tool used, procedure. These are the three things that would be necessary in order to determine a given recipe's output. So these would be the inputs, outputs, identifier, unique identifier for recipe. The ingredients used in the craft. Oh, I want product item to be up top. Like I had it before. Because that way, at a glance, I can see, all right, that's the ID, and that's what it outputs. And then I see the ingredients and the amounts, and stuff like that. So I should do the output first, and then the input. The item produced by the recipe. The amount of items produced by the recipe. The time it takes to craft the recipe. That's gonna be not used in a bit here, because the idea is that instead of using set craft time, what are you doing? 1 second. All right. He's not in the room anymore, which is fine. Just have to readjust this. Excuse me. Ah. Oh man. Where was I? Just adding some tooltips or descriptions. The tool. Tool used in the craft. Um, oh yeah, I do like this sorting, but I bypass that for now. I would need like a. Do I put a function in the? I guess it would be in here. I'm saying I could have a function for like the known recipes, but that's just a variable that is on the player. No, I'm not looking for known recipes. If I follow the procedure and I don't know the recipe, then you would discover the recipe. So the idea is I would want to test it on all of the possible recipes, which I don't actually think I have a variable for that or anything. Let me look. I'm pretty sure I just have known recipes. Which isn't even part of player, it's part of like. Right here, we have recipe list. Yeah, known recipes. So I currently don't even have anything tracked that just like has all of the recipes. Hmm. It's because the way that it works right now is that I don't currently have any two recipes that require the same ingredients, so I basically just have a recipe for each set of ingredients stored that way. Actually, the recipes are stored in the. What am I thinking? I do have a list of all the recipes. They're stored inside the um, container. The mortar pestle container has the list of recipes that can be crafted in the mortar pestle. So, and that's all I would be comparing it to anyway. But we have set recipes. Oh, it's alchemy tool, right, because I have a parent class alchemy tool. That's right. Of this. Okay. So use items. So this is what I currently have, right? So take the item or remove it from the container that I'm using for the craft. We set the default recipe equal to the failed craft. So yeah, currently we're passing in the, because we only have one output for a given input, one potential output for a given input. So we're just passing what the output will be if it's successful currently to the craft, which is not what we want. We want an array of, we just want the recipe list. But so I would need to, like, the recipe list would need to be referenced inside of the minigame in order for this to work, which would mean, do I pass it as a variable? I could. Guess I could just do that for now. That seems like I could just, like, on initialization set a reference, set a link to it, so that because it would be like redundant to pass the recipe list every single time since it's the same. There's no point in doing it that way. So it would make sense to have a recipe list. Recipes. I just need to get reference to the list of recipes, which is inside here. This has recipes. I could just do on ready var recipes. I think I'll try it. It should work in the current format. Recipes. Get parent. Do I have to do that on ready? Well, it's on, well, like, the rendered function. I think I can do it here. Dot, recipes. On ready. Get the list of recipes. And that should work because the list of recipes is set on, where is it set? Oh, it's in here, on ready. So it's on ready here, which the parent gets initialized before the child, I'm pretty sure. I can just look it up real quick. Called when the node is ready, i.e. when the node and its children have entered the scene. Their ready callbacks get triggered first. Okay, so this wouldn't work. Because the children ready function gets called before that function. So if I'm doing this on ready, this is going to be empty. Because parent has not had its ready call yet. So that's going to be empty. So that means I need to just have a function to set the recipe list. So just do this var recipes, do that, and then I don't even know what this is looking like here. Containers. I don't have it in here yet. We can put it in though. Is this how I want to lay it out? I mean, so far I'm loading everything at the same time. Everything is all like I'm not gonna create a new like um instance. Is just gonna be like 10 seconds. Really minimal mini game. I don't need to load a whole new like area or anything. It's just an overlay. So yeah, I'll do it now. So it would go. This is weird though, because that's just an icon with the Dropbox and then a bunch of icons represent what's in the container and then a checkbox. And then if I'm having the child be the, it's just gonna be weird, but I can do it. Basically need a canvas layer, and then this needs to be part of the canvas layer. It wouldn't actually look like that, but that's fine. I would need a unique name. I'll just do that for now. Save. WordPress minigame dot recipes equals recipes. Easy. We'll just do that for now. So that will set the list of recipes for the minigame that it would be aware of. List of recipes to that using the associated tool. Current craft procedure. Input actions. List of input actions and their types. List of input actions associated of the current craft attempt. Tracks if the mini game is currently active or not. Checks if the minigame is currently active. So what we would need to do here is, instead of doing this, we could have a boolean, like we could have a function that returns a boolean, and we say if matches recipe we have a function here matches recipe. We take the current craft procedure. We need the items as well as input. So that's still not properly done. Unless we don't want to begin the craft. We just want to open the minigame. No, ignore this. We don't want to remove it though, because we could use that in the minigame. Open minigame with the current item. Because if we're doing mortar pestle craft, it's just gonna be one item. But this is going to be the oh, I think it's not auto-completing because it's throwing an error. It's fine. I'll just copy paste. Dot open window item. So when we open the window, we want to set visibility. We want to set the mode equal to what, crafting? Could just call it like minigame. Craft minigame. I've an associated close window. Equals false. Global dot mode. Actually, I wouldn't set that here because I don't know what I'm closing to. Well, if I only have one window open at a time. So the idea is if I'm, because it should close the inventory and then open the minigame. It shouldn't display the minigame over the inventory. So it should just, yeah, set the global mode to default. It should be fine. I just need to make sure that when I open the window, that I close the inventory. Is it the inventory? No, more puzzle window. But that's tied to the inventory. So I would need to... Do I have a reference? I think I have a reference to the inventory. Or maybe not. No, it's just a variable, I think, here. Or is it a signal? Oh yeah, it's a signal. So I could send a signal. Signal close inventory. Close, what would the signal be? Close window, I guess. So then I save. So it's gonna not link properly for now because it's not having, yeah. There's nothing in the declaration, so I just need to pass that for now. Now if I go to the inventory, and I can link the close window on close window. And then we just want to close window. Although this has it so that it sets the global mode to default. I don't want to do that. I just want to set the visibility to false and handle it elsewhere. So that's fine. Mode is set elsewhere. Set by the object that emitted the signal. Which for consistency means I need to go back here and where I do this, I'm gonna make it a string name. Okay, so if matches recipe. So now we have to do the matches recipe thing. which means I need to go through the list of recipes and find a matching recipe. So for recipe in recipes, if there's the three things I was talking about earlier. There's the product item needs to match. Yeah, no, that's the outputs. The ingredients need to match. The tool needs to match. The procedure needs to match. Although, I don't have to worry about tool because the subset of recipes I'm getting all use the same tool. So I don't even need to care about that. I just need to know what are the ingredients and what was the procedure used, and that will determine the recipe. So if I go here, ingredients, procedure. If ingredients dot ingredients equals, and because this mortar and pestle is only gonna have one ingredient, I also don't have the item set here. Open window with one item is going to, I'm going to do all this. What I want to do is I want to set this. It's the list of recipes, current craft recipe, procedure, current craft procedure, and so then I want this to be the current craft ingredient item. So it is. So I want to see if the ingredients is equal to ingredient, the current craft ingredient, but it's going to pass an array. So I don't know if they're the same because this is just going to be an item and this is going to be an array. So I'm just going to do that to get the first element of the array because there should be only one element in the array. And then let's see here. I mean, I could do a check here, like if recipe dot ingredients, if the length of recipe ingredients is not 1. So if there's more or less than 1 ingredient, then continue. So like skip this current recipe if there's more or less than 1 ingredient. That way, when I do this comparison, I know that it's not going to throw an error, and it should work every time. So, yeah, so we've confirmed the ingredients match. Now I need to get the procedure and compare the procedures. Now, to double check, the procedure is it's basically a 2-dimensional array. So I would need to I should have a comparison like func compare and then have yeah, I'm making a comparator because I think that would just make it easier. What is it? Input. So what we do is, oh no, that's just one action. This is wrong. I need to do this in the procedure, not in the individual action. Oops. I accidentally hit copy, or I hit, instead of hitting paste, so it overrode the copy. There we go. There we go. Like that. Compare, input, procedure. Basically, for IA, which is the input action in input actions. Oh no, I need the index. Because I'm comparing indices, so I want to just get that. For I in length, input actions. I want to say if the first, I need to go through all the elements and see if they're the same, and if they're not, then return false. It's going to be a Boolean. It's going to return true or false. Let's say if input actions I could also have a comparison in here. Call it equal. And then if type equals ia.type, if id equals ia.id, return true. False. Okay. If the types match, return true. If they don't match, it'll return false. Save. Dot equal. Input actions I dot equal in IA procedure. Dot input actions I. I'm going to say if it's not equal, then we return false. We need a variable to keep track of this, basically. Here is equal. It's going to be true until false. We just straight up break as soon as they're not the same, so I don't even need to really change it. Does that mean I even need the variable? No, I don't think I need the variable. Because I just go through, if they're not the same, then it returns false. Else, they're the same. It's the same, it's the same, it's the same. It never returns false. It just returns true. So I don't even need a variable. Yeah, okay. Space it out. Where are we at? What's causing problems? Yeah. Okay, so if for recipe in recipes, if the length of the recipe ingredients is not equal to 1. So yeah, we've compared and the ingredients match. We now need to compare the procedures to see if they're the same. So you want to say if a recipe dot procedure dot compare we need to give it another procedure, which is going to be our current craft procedure. So if they're the same, return true. Although we need to return the matching recipe. We need to return the product. Item. Var product equals matching recipe if product. If we actually got something that isn't null, then we're good. Else we want to emit the failed craft. I don't think I can set an instantiate. Oh, I just need to return the recipe because item produced. if I just pass the recipe, does that work? Or do I want to pass the item produced and then its amount as two variables? I think just the amount and item. So I would need two variables in the signal. Two constructors. Item recipe. Wait, you pass the item and the recipe. Isn't that redundant? No, because it's an instance of the item. It's not the item in the recipe, it's an instance of the item in the recipe. So, but yeah, on item produced, you pass the recipe anyway. So yeah, that's fine. Oh, my stomach kind of hurts. Just gonna really quick to do add amount of produced item to, but it already does that. The add inventory item, the item itself has the quantity, so that's the reason. I just need to set that before I emit the signal. Be right back. Never mind. I have to hold. My stomach is killing me, but I have to hold because the bathroom's not available for a little bit, so. That means I need to go back to here where I duplicate. I need to duplicate this. That's what it says. Now I'm trying to remember. Item produce dot emit. It has the current recipe. It's not what I want to do necessarily. If I go in here, I should say if recipe equals null. If it's not null, then add it. You can set a default value. So if you just pass the item produced and not a recipe, then you don't add it to the recipe list. Should work. Return no. Just duplicate it there. But I shouldn't do that. Because say for somehow the product item is null in a recipe, I don't want to just duplicate it. That should never happen. I don't know. I'll just... Okay, if there's an item. Dot duplicate. Item produced dot emit product. Oh, and I think it's goofy that it needs one type, but let me think here. Oh, it's easy. Then what we do is we just pass the item. We just pass the recipe, I mean. Recipe. Because the item is in the recipe. Product recipe equals recipe. Matching recipe. It's a little redundant. Let's do that. I just return type recipe. If product recipe is not null, then var product item equals product recipe dot product item, not duplicate. Okay. Else item produced dot emit failed craft dot duplicate. Return recipe. Return null. Okay, so we check the results. If there's a matching recipe, produce item. And emit that'll get grabbed by. Well, it's currently not going to get grabbed by the inventory. It's going to get grabbed by the. I need to set it as. It's going to emit the signal to the mortar and pestle, which is going to have to grab it and then send it up the chain. So. Go in here. Item produced, and link it up here. On minigame item produced. Which this can be part of alchemy tool. Because we just emit that up the chain. Cool. So now that's linked up to there, which then sends a signal up to the inventory. So it's properly linked. However, we don't even have the minigame starting yet because we don't have the UI set up properly for that. We don't even have like a start button or anything. I don't have what this is actually going to look like. So I guess it's the next step is I need to change the UI so that it is actually what I want it to look like. So I just want 2 inputs. I don't need 3. Because we're just gonna have... I mean, if I want to do mobile first design, and I'm not worrying about mobile first design, but I could make them buttons. Yeah, sure, I'll make them buttons. It's a button. Button. um Ooh. This one gray and this one red, I guess. It's offset from the left. I can fix that. Yeah, no, it's not, I don't want... There. Go direction left. Okay. That makes it top right anchored. These are going to be buttons. There's going to be mash grind. Grind. Button grind. Button mash. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Drop it down a little bit. So the idea is, I think I want the 3.3. I want there to be a start button. Button start. So that would be a I need room for it. Well, this could be smaller as well. Design should have it so that text. I need to change expand icon. Yeah, there. So now it'll shrink while keeping aspect. So then I want minimum size to be like 100 by 100. There. Text behavior. Clip text. Cannot read that. Whatever. Mash. Water. Thanks, Charlie. Appreciate it. Nice. Completely spaced on water, so that's big. Alright, start, grind, mash. I want... How am I gonna do this? I need like 9. Well, I have it so that there's 9 intervals. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I was thinking of having 10 intervals. One, two, 3, 4, 7, 8. So I could go on gaps or on lines here for the timing. Probably online because it's more of a distinct interval. So I need to adjust this so it is 12. To count as 12. Oh, I have it set to 2. 12. No tick borders. So there's 12 here. If I go here, this needs to be tick count -2. Because the 2 ticks at the end are not going to count. Which means, yeah, so the tick value is just going to be the number of ticks divided by the max value for each tick, and so then I'm gonna get the closest value. I'm gonna have to do the weird thing again. Down here I have if minigame grind, minigame crush. So if that's the input, then set input action, which it gets the current nearest tick. I need to change how I calculate the nearest tick again, because at first I was like, oh, I'll just do it on, if you press the button in the gap, then it will count for like that window. Like a gap would be a window for you to press the input, but I don't know, there's more fun if there's like some precision element to it, even if you don't have to be too precise. It at least gives you something concrete to aim for. So that way I can also display the inputs above the ticks and it's clear on what is being represented. Which means I need 10 texture boxes. Evenly distributed. Do H box? Layout, anchor, center bottom. Adjust it. Get rid of the offset. Girl direction's fine. Just kind of a child to the progress slider. Not really though. I don't want to offset by pixels. I want to offset by, so this is going to be 0.1 and then 0.9. Top is going to be 0.9. Zero point 0.85. 0.7. 0.05. 0.95. Okay. And then that's just a layout. That doesn't have to do with the contents. Alignment. Begin. I don't like that the container has just like I want to evenly distribute the elements in the horizontal box across the width, but I don't think you can do that with a horizontal box. Maybe it's one of these. Not margin. Flow? Maybe it's like maybe a grid container. Let me just add the texture boxes. With proportional. Keep aspect centered. Yeah, here's the problem, is that they're not lining up. They kind of are, though. That's the crazy part here. Is they're kind of lining up. It kind of just works. Okay, you know what? It's fine. I think it's good. It kind of just works. That's crazy. It's not perfect, but hmm. Wait, that's just. I think that's as good as I'm gonna get. So now I just need to link button pressed. On button start pressed. We want to begin minigame. Yeah, we need to set the item. We open the window to current craft ingredient. Equals item. Current craft ingredient equals no. If event dot is action pressed UI cancel. I think that's correct. I want to do that. I can just double check it with alchemy activity, alchemy tool. Oh wait, that's right. It's an inventory. Yeah, UI cancel. Then what we want to do is we want to close this, and then we want to open the inventory. So we want to go we want to close window, and we want to open the inventory. We don't have a link to the inventory, so I just have to send a signal. Fine, I'll do it. Which means we need to catch it. This is also going to go to the alchemy tool on open inventory. We want to just emit open inventory, which means we need a signal. And so this is not linked properly anymore. Because it got renamed. Yeah. And what we'll just do in here is we'll make it so that if when we close the window, yeah, we just set it to default. Just in case it'll set the mode to default like while the signal's being emitted, and then it'll set it to inventory just in case something happens when it's trying to open the inventory. Although that might cause problems. It might be abusable. There might be something the player can abuse about that. I don't know what though. If for like one frame you have input between the menus, I don't know what. It's probably not a good idea. mode gets set by I comment this out and then I say mode gets set by inventory. I should just put it in here. It's all related to the same thing. Whenever the window is closed, it should open the inventory. Some more water. All right. Quick little review. Item used in the procedure. Item used in the recipe. Check results. Product matching recipe. If product recipe. Duplicate. So what I know I don't have set up. Why are there 3 unassigned variables? Used before assigned. There. That gets rid of the warnings. Procedure input action dot new. It's a new procedure input action. Which I needed to change to the nearest tick. Need a function here. Get nearest tick. Returns an int. That's the naive approach that I have for now. I just want to set up this output here. So this is going to be get nearest tick. So what we're going to do here is we want to do nearest tick equals 0. We'll just initialize it. So what we want is the window for the inputs. We could do generous inputs and be like whatever the nearest tick is. So like if you're halfway to the first tick or halfway past the first tick, not halfway to. If you're the window is basically there's like a radius of halfway before and halfway after each tick that you could press and it would be fine. I could do that. So anywhere basically under the box would be a good time to press the input. Grind man there on the intervals would get the desired result. So what I would want to do is say so we get the current value. So we have the tick value, which is a global variable that indicates the step, the amount needed to get from one tick to another, basically. So that's our window for now. And then we basically want to offset the window so that the middle of the window is where the tick is, and then either side of that is the leniency. So I would want to basically if the value is less than yeah, no, I had it like I know how I did it before, I think. Is well what I did was I just took this value. What did I do? I have to do this again because I undid it from before. So right now, if I return this as an int, basically what it's going to do is it's going to say if the slider is before the first tick, then it's going to return 0. If it's after the first tick, it's going to return 1. If it's after the second tick, it'll return 2. So this would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's just 10 bars. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess that's right. But I want to add half of the value. I want to add half of the tick value. Plus tick value divided by 2. That's still not right though. because is it right though? No. Var tick value current var current tick plus -1. I'll just initialize those for now. No, wait, that's nearest tick. That's what nearest tick is for. Nearest tick equals so if the value is 1/2, it's gonna get added by half of the tick value. So it'll become 1. And it'll return 1 is the nearest tick. Which would mean the values go from 1 to 11. 1 to, well, 1 through 10. Index 0 and 11 are the ends. So that's probably fine for now. This doesn't have, I kind of want to set it up now. I have, what would be the variable name? It would be like the window size, window, input window. Ratio. Zero 0.9, 0.5. And so the idea would be that instead of just getting the nearest tick, because this is supposed to be like an int. It's like that would be the nearest tick, but that's not exactly what I want. We get the mod. Because if I get the mod, then that would mean like, so if I divide it and then I get that, and the leftover is, yeah, I think I could use the mod. Or the remainder. I think that works. I just have to do floats there to make sure. Tick value, is that a float? It is a float, okay. So we want to say if the so 0.5, so that'd be 0.25 at the beginning and 0.75 at the end. So that would be because if that was 0.8, it would be 0.1 at the end and 0.1 at the beginning and the end. Input window ratio divided by 2. That'd be the beginning. Input window ratio divided by 2. 1 minus. That would be the end. I'll do it in parentheses. If input window ratio divided by 2 is less than the rigorous slider dot value, just gonna make this a var. Tick mod. Terrible name, but it's a float. It's going to have the mod. Value. That. Space that out. So this tick value should be, oh crap. This is like the offset. Then what we want to do is do I want to do this? Well, let me think. So if I get the mod, no. Do we want to do it like this? Let me think. What are we working with? So this is the window between the tick values is what we're getting. It's a value between 0 and 1. That's what we're returning. And we're saying, where in this window? Is it the beginning or the end of the window? It doesn't help us that much for this. We do want this. So this is saying at the beginning of the current range for the tick. It's getting that mod value. But is it? Not really. Because it's offset. I'm doing my math wrong. I think. Am I doing my math wrong? Oh yeah, I have to think of it differently. Because 0.5 on this would mean what would that mean? 0, if I have a value of 0.5 plus 0.5, that would be 1. That would return 0 on the tick value. That's not what I'm looking for. Why am I'm getting like, I'm trying to mentally picture this out. Offset it. It's the window between 0 and 1. Is it? No. Alright, I'm trying to use it in reference to the other thing. I want this window as a mod. So this would be 0, and this would be 1. This is 0.5. How do we do that? The values are currently here. So that means we need to offset it by 0.5. Which would mean adding 0.5 to the values. Or half of the whatever. So we have that. So now we say it's fine. And I'm overthinking this. Pick range. If the input window ratio divided by 2 is less than tick range just a tick mod. And 1 minus input window ratio divided by 2 is greater than tick mod, then it is within the acceptable region, from what I understand. It's greater than the low threshold, and it's less than the high threshold. The tick. Then we're good. We want to say the opposite. We want to say if it's wrong, if it's outside the window, the acceptable window, then we want to actually, nearest tick equals, we're just doing this basically. Return nearest tick. This should be also up here. You'd think the smaller the window, the harder, so I need to invert that. Smaller values means tighter timing. Which is the inverse of what's going on right now. So if it's if it's the full window, then what we would want to do is then we want to say if the value it will never be outside of the range. Let's just say it's like 0.9. The window's 0.9, so it's like 0.05 on either end. So it'll get window ratio plus one minus input window ratio divided by 2. So that would be 0.95, let's say. Because 0.9 plus 0.1 divided by 2. And that would be it. So if that is... It's easier for me to read it if I put the value in the front. So this is less than the high end of the window. And it's greater than the low end of the window, which will just be one minus input window ratio divided by 2. That's the lower end of it. So that would be the 0.05. This would be the upper end, lower end. A bound, I'll call it bound. Upper bound, lower bound. Then that means it's within the bounds. To 0.8. So I can add another layer to this. But I don't have it set up for that. The idea was to make it so that you get the nearest tick, regardless of what the difficulty of the window size or whatever is. And if it is too early or too late, then that input's locked in. Anyways. And then else, and we'll just return pass for now. Bad input. Determine if the input for the tick should be locked on bad input. Alright, I really do need to take a quick break because it's been 2.5 hours and I have not stood up. So, I mean, I did, but it's a false alarm. Alright, be back in a few. I should have been liking some more of these songs. I don't know if they're gonna show up again for a long time. It's fine. Dude, Spotify is so bad at determining like subgenres. Of like, oh hey, just because I like this, especially with video game, I'm talking specifically with like video game OSTs, it does not know how to split those up very well. Hmm. Hmm. How bad is this playlist? What? No shot. That's insane. This playlist is insane. There's no way. Spotify, you have no idea what you're doing. Where's it twice? My God. What the? I mean, I shouldn't really mess with the playlist. It's working pretty good. I gotta just put a couple things away. What? $3? Oh, like that's cheaper than like a highlight. Like that's cheaper than a fucking Bud Light. Yeah. For like a mixed drink. And she's like, yeah, it's the Polish Club. And I'm like, all right, there you go. Here's like 6. Thank you very much. Goddamn. Drink. Which is kind of He's big. He's too big. Dude, look at this fucking chonker here. Too big. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Hmm. I don't think I want to do this in here. Let me swap view. Yeah, I don't want to do this. I'm just going to remove that. That happens, then what we want to do is we want to set the associated box. Oh, wait, this is a lot easier than I was making it out to be. On ready. We want to do... Oh, do we want to do on ready? I don't even think I need to. As we do get each box container. Well, it's dot children. I'm assuming it's in order. I'll find out later. Oh, nearest tick -1. So it goes 0 through 9. This can return -1. I have not accounted for that yet. Right? Texture equals if type if If I d equals 0, then the texture is going to be equal to button grind. Which one is 0? Grind, yeah. Dot icon. Elif it equals 1. Mash. Grind. Crush. It shouldn't be button. It should be smash or mash or crush. Mash is fine. Listen to some video game OST music for a bit. Do I have anything wrong with that particularly? Well, I want to make it so that on begin, the button the like visibilities of buttons and stuff change. Also on open, I want button crush dot and enabled active, forget what it is. Oh, disabled equals false. Button grind dot disabled equals false, and then button start dot disabled equals false. Oh wait, no, these should be true. These should be disabled. Oh my god, this autocomplete is killing me. I basically want to take this and I make it so that it does this in reverse. But grind and crush become enabled, and button start becomes disabled. Not doing the thing. Never got that signal to close. Did it send emit properly? From mortar pestle. When oh, it doesn't. Oh my god, they're not linked. Oh, because I'm doing it off of that as well. Can't mod a float? Hmm? On. Godot modulo float. It's not a bug, it's a feature intended to avoid mistakes. Use fmod for float. Fmod. Okay. Invalid access to input actions on base type nil. Really? Well, isn't... Is it? No. Carcraft procedure is null. The entire carcraft procedure is null. Something I have to do on open window. Cur craft ingredient. Cur craft procedure equals procedure dot, it's a new procedure. There, that should fix it. Return nearest tick is -1. That's not right. So tick mod is 3.67. Why? There, that should make it into a fraction. Because tick value should always be greater. It's 10. So 3.67 over 10. That should fix it, I think. Oh, it's still -1. The value is 0.362, which is good. Well, it should be more than that. Even then, input window ratio is 0.8. So, is it less than input ratio, window ratio plus? Yeah, of course it is. Is it greater than? Oh no, it's not. So it's supposed to be 1 minus. That's why it returned false. Nearest tick is 0. Success. But I need to speed this up. Okay. This, instead of being 100, needs to be 10. Nearest tick is -1. Why? Why is nearest tick -1? Could be 0. What's wrong with my math? Tick mod 0.46. That's pretty good. Window ratio is 0.8, so it's open. It's definitely within 0.1 and 0.9. I'm just gonna set variables right now. Lower bound, and then upper bound. So that I can track them. See if I'm doing my math wrong. The vacuum coming in. No, okay, good. So it's saying expected else. Hmm? If tick mod is less than upper bound and tick mod is less than lower bound, do that. Oh, because it's indented twice. Hmm. What am I missing? Oh, it's just because, yeah. Parse error. Expected else after ternary operator. If else. Colon. Colon. I'm spacing out. So it's saying that it needs it like here. It's because there's a space? No. I'm pretty sure it says to do with spacing, but I don't see a problem. Oh, maybe it's up here. Oh yeah. It's because of parentheses. That's the problem. Bad input. Lower bound is 0.6. Okay. So the input window ratio is 0.8. 1 minus... Oh. Yeah, that is wrong. There, now it's right. Now it should stop getting errors. Hmm? Hmm. I think I just need to hard code these or something. Because it's possible they're not ordered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When they're ordered here. Error calling from signal item produced. Can I convert argument 1 from object to object? To do. show effect based on result. Then I want to close this window and open the inventory. Which is just close window. Mort. Overridden to physics process mode due to use of physics interpolation. It should. Why don't I call close inventory? I'm confused. Because it gets called right there. Close inventory.emit. It emits it. I don't know why it's complaining. Use item. I guess this could be a function or something. This could make a function called open minigame. And inside that it has so right now it has begin craft, but begin craft isn't getting used necessarily. On button confirm pressed. Use items. Goes inventory dot emit. Mortar pestle minigame. Dot open window item. Oh yeah, it's not declared. That's why I can't necessarily do it here. Well, for now I'm just gonna ignore this. It's messy, but it's temporary. Well, I could do that, and then alchemy tool, and minigame. No, I don't do that. I would just have a function here. Just do that for now. But that doesn't get called because it requires use items to get called. It's just sloppy, but Okay. Close this. Well, it never... Thought I had a breakpoint for when it was a bad input, but I guess not. Well, what are my... what's my current craft procedure? One, two, three, four. Ooh, it's not great. That's not when I did those inputs. So something's weird. -1. There's no reason that should be -1. It's just tick mod at 0.03. The tick mod should not be 0.43. It should be like 0.6 or 0.7. Something's wrong with my math here. Slider value is zero. Oh, that's local. This is absurd. $2.93. Really? $2.93. That's really the value? Value is 8.53. Oh, I see what's going on here. I think. Do I? Sure about that? Well, this is a value between 0 and 10. 1, 2, 3. How many of these are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's going to 11. That's the problem. I want 10 inputs, but that means it needs to go for 11 seconds. Because it needs... Because there's 11 gaps, which means it's going to take 11 seconds for 10 ticks. That's why the math is being weird. My tick value shouldn't be 1. That's not correct. The tick value is 0.909. That sounds better. Which means my tick mod 0.67. Okay. $0.659. Alright, that looks a lot better. 0.618. Much better. 0.488. Beautiful. Okay. We fixed the offset. Dude, I need like a little tray or something, because when I'm like dumping the trail mix onto my hand, and then some of it slips between my fingers. Okay, so this isn't gonna match any existing procedure because there's no procedures for any of the recipes really set up here. So So if we check the results here, procedures null, procedures null, procedures null, procedures null. Yeah, it'll never match your procedure. Hmm. So next thing to do, add some procedures. Green herb, leaf ground. That's just an ingredient. I need to look for recipes. New procedure. Equipment. ID. 0. 0 is crush. Grind. Zero is grind. Just say it's like red, green, green. So crush. I'll do that on 1 actually. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Clear. Grind, grind, grind. I should just make new procedure actions. Yeah. Just do a new folder. Procedures. Input. Actions. under mini games. New folder. Is this from a game? That's all. No. Well, it doesn't make sense to go in the minigame. It's needed for the recipe. New folder. If it throws errors at runtime, I can fix it. That's all that comes down to. So now I just go here. Your equipment. Grind 0, crush 1. So then we just say, I want this to be crush, grind, grind, grind. Grind. Crush, grind, 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 grind. Red, green, 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 green. Red. Cool. Just green, 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 green. Okay, so now check results. Matching recipe. 4 recipe and recipes I blanked. Okay. It did not match. Maybe I never saved it or something. I guess the procedure never got saved. Does it need to get saved? Do I need to save these? I mean, I guess I can check. I'm at a breakpoint, right? So I could go to the... Oh, God. Mortar pestle. Recipes. That's not it. Green herb leaf grounds. Procedure is empty. Yeah, the procedure is empty. Okay, I guess I need to save it. Oh my god, I could mess with local to scene. That's another time. That would simplify it. But that's not a thing for right now. I need to save. I mean, I saved it. Did that, like... No. Make it unique first. Does not belong to the scene. Oh, it's right there. Oh my god, I've been looking at the wrong spot the whole time, haven't I? It has a procedure. So it's a problem. It's probably that. How am I doing my comparison between the procedures? I say if recipe procedure dot compare, but this doesn't get run at all. So that's not the problem. Why have I not made items local to scene? Items should be local to scene. And I can like, for all the times I put instantiate on items, go back and fix that, but that's for later. What's wrong? Need to set is crafting equal to false. Inventory should be open. Oh my god, I know what's going on. I think, but why would that be causing problems? Ah, screw it. Screwed something up. Problem for later, though. slider. Okay. Check results. If product recipe, it's not for some reason. Okay. Recipe.ingredients 0. Blueberries. Huh? Yeah, that's wrong. Next. Okay. Green herb leaf. Recipe. Ingredients. Here. Green herb leaf. Cool. So that should be a match. Self. Carecraft ingredient. Green herb leaf. ID 0. Oh. Dot ID equals to dot ID. There. That should fix it. Okay. Compare. If not input action saying equals false. Non-existent function dot equal in base nil. Ah, I see. And it's a given, but I see. So first I need to check if it's null. If not, input action I and not p dot input actions I. If they both are null, then return true. No. Then continue. That's what we want to do. So if they're both null, continue. Otherwise, we need to compare their values. If they're not equal, return false. Else, return true. Okay. We can check equals on null values, so that would make sense. Check results. Invalid operand int and string. Type is an int? Try that again. No errors. No major errors. Product recipe is null though. Why? Feature. It should be matching. I should have got that correctly. Why? Equipment 1. Oh, did I flip them? Oh, the type is null. Input action dot type equals type. So input action. Let's see. Ooh. Grind is... It's the right ID, but wrong type, because the type is just an empty string. Why is type an empty string? I mean, set input action is not anything. Alright, so wait, what is... This is the recipe. This is the recipe. No. This is the one that's from procedure input actions crush. Okay, so that means that this was initialized incorrectly here. Yeah. Equipment. Grind. 1. 0. Grind is 1. I think. Crush is 0. Something like that. Is it true? Grind is 0. Crush is 1. Grind is 0. Crush is 1. Okay, so it didn't match because I initialized the input actions incorrectly. This is mash though. It should... Okay. Check results. True. Huge. Return recipe. We got ourselves a match. There it is. Oh, ay, ay. Nice. That deserves a little stretch. Okay. So it works. However, I screwed something up somewhere with windows opening and closing. Remote, global, mode, default, open, mode, inventory, closes, I press C, mode, inventory, escape. Options. The options menu closed. Really? Why? I don't understand. The inventory mode was inventory. Was it not? Default, inventory, options. Inventory, the default, options, return. So options should close. The problem is it's like immediately reopening or something like that. Something weird. What's the mode right now? It's options. Global mode default. What? Oh my god, I think I know what's going on. I think Mortar Pestle minigame is setting the mode to default or anytime. That's what's going on. Yeah. It's this. This is the problem. If global.mode equals minigame, craft minigame, then set mode to default. But actually what we want to do is set mode to inventory. Actually what we want to do is we want to open inventory. And in reality, we only want to do all of that input action is UI cancel, and global mode is craft minigame. It would be cleaner if we said if global mode is not craft minigame, then return, basically. No input on no. On wrong mode, nothing should happen, basically. Inventory never opened. Which tells me that when I close the inventory, when I close the minigame, I do want to set the mode. Which could cause a frame of player input. I don't know if that's necessarily a problem though. That's a problem because it means that the options menu catches before the inventory does. So what we want to instead do is add open window if it's default, or what we want to do is if it's tricky. If we want to open the inventory but we're in the middle of crafting, do we want to if we just hit the inventory button? I might just do it for now. No, I don't want to do that. Well, actually what we can do instead is... Yeah, we could just ignore the input. And then nothing would happen, which is good. Is instead of calling open window, we just act like it's default mode. So we'll just act like it's default mode. And that means we go through... We don't set that to default because that causes problems. I think instead of automatically closing, what I should do is show the effect. To do show effect based on result and It's a good to do. And for now, it works. So that's cool. Although I want before... it begins... begin minigame. So what I want to do... where's begin minigame? Should be here. Oh, it's right here. To-do. Add delay before slider begins moving. And countdown. No feedback is kind of rough. And only having one craft. So that's if it goes correctly. If I do it slightly... oh, I did. Reset window. For opening. Slider value 0. I need to go through all of the buttons. For icon, for TB in hbox container dot children we want to set the icon of that texture equals we're gonna need to preload the blank, which is different. Well, I could just use the global one. Blank texture, yeah. Non-existent function equal and nil. Oh. If one of them's nil, but the other one isn't. Continue. If they're both return false. There you go. If not IA, like if that's null, then return false. Var cur IA. Let's input actions with an underscore. not that. Continue. Mixed use of tabs and spaces for indentation. There we go. If input actions is nil, that's cool. And then checks if the other procedure is also nil. If they're both, continue. That means it's a match. Else, return false. If that, otherwise they're both. Otherwise, at least the input action is not nil. It's possible that the other one is nil, but not input actions. So doesn't even give a bad result for some reason. Why is that? Good not error calling from signal item produced to callable WordPress on any game produced. Could not convert argument 1 from object to object. Fields craft. Is a recipe. That's fine. How did I screw that up? Oops. Oh, that feels good. It works when it should and doesn't work when it shouldn't. That's just one minigame down. Hmm. I need lunch. I don't really have food for lunch. We could have like cereal. Yeah, I'm gonna... Actually, let me just make it to do real quick. So that I remember. Update instances of item. So I have all the items right here, right? This is a lot of instances of item. To be relative to scene instead of global. Instead of assuming global instances. These are the items, but that's not what I'm necessarily looking at. I'm looking at where they're used, which are like interactions. It's like, here's a test. I set this to negative 209. Wait, that's also negative 209. Just worry about that later. If necessary. Because I am making a reference to it. That's why it's updating there. Pizza time. Interesting. So what is going on? What I could do with the layout. I could just... I want to do... So what am I doing? I can just change it. Start. I'm going to move this over. So instead of being at 0.5, it's going to be 0.3. And then grind. Instead of being at 0.3, it'll be at 0.1. Be at 0.4, 0.5. Should be closer together. So like 0.475, probably good. Actually, I want to flip the anchor points here. I want the grow direction to be left, and I want this grow direction to be right. And then what I want to do is 0.3. Yeah, put it at like 0.3. And then put this also at 0.3. And they're basically right next to each other. I just want to offset it ever so slightly. So maybe this is 0.29 and this is 0.31. Boom, boom. And then here, I want some kind of animated icon thingy majiggy. So sprite, is that what I'm looking for? I'd want a container, at the very least. Some kind of control. That. Well. I mean, for now, I could just have textures. That's the idea, at least. And then that's not bad. Something for now. I like collapse hierarchy. Yeah, way easier. Oh, I got some things to fix about it. Not that crazy though. Could do it later because I might change a lot about this. I do need to make sure that that icon is being properly updated though, so that is something. Open a window, close window, those should be. When the window gets opened, I set those textures, but I also need to tool icon, item icon. And icon equals item dot texture. Compressed texture 2D on that's fine. Texture. Process, check results, matching recipe. I want to do what the mortar pestle used to do on completion. Which what it does is on process. It does this. Lost my train of thought. Let me think. This isn't working because or it won't even work if I initialize the item gain effect because it's gonna become invisible immediately after it gets called. So that's not going to be helpful. So what I would want to do instance.add item. Product item. I want to do tree. Scene. Tree. I forget what it's called. Get tree. Oh, it just ate that. Just get tree that bad child. Root. Does that work? Look at the root of the tree. Product item does have quantity 0. Why is that? Product recipe. Product item. This is 1. So why would product item be 0? Oh, because this item produced is called, which changes the value of product item because it changes that value. So that means I would need to, and it's also redundant because I call item produced down here. I call item produced twice. That's why it's causing problems. The second time, I'm calling item produced with 0 quantity, so it catches that successfully and keeps it from being problematic. That's why I didn't notice. There, now it has value of 1. So that means, I mean, the effect is in the wrong spot, but it shows up properly. This is slightly better. It's gonna be probably good for now. Texture normal? Why? What is happening right now? Base object of type null instance. Why is it a null instance? Aha. Is it really texture normal? Underscore normal. Yeah, it is texture normal. Because I forgot I made it a... I really didn't need to do this. It's a texture button. They can just be buttons. They don't need to be texture buttons. That's fine. For now, at least. Getting into something again? That's because I added it. Okay, so that's not bad. Step 1 of adding the minigames is completed. I see the problem. Oh, do ya? It's not generic. That does cause problems. Tool icon dot add child. A lot of this can be also generic. Kind of, not really. Oh, some of it can, some of it can't. But just like the alchemy tools. Mm-hmm. Oh, oh, oh. What's going on? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I need to go to change that to tool icon. I don't actually use that scene. I'm confused where this is coming from. I'm gonna need to add a scene that is each procedure needs its own list of input actions. So I have to rethink about how I made the procedure input actions. The procedure, I guess. I don't even know how I would change. Because, I'll look at it. Hold on. What is happening here? Node not found. I'll try again. Overridden a physics process mode due to use of physics interpolation. I'm assuming that's what times equals on the zoom is doing. I don't think I set camera anywhere else. I think that's fine. It says on use of, but it hasn't actually used it yet. So where is it using physics interpolation? Eh, whatever. Where's the check mark there? Oh, it's the icon. I forgot for the status effect. Forgot I set it to that. I do just want to make a note somewhere here and say like, determine if a mode could be added for craft difficulty. Could be set dynamically. I don't, whatever. It's fine. Alright, my eyes are kind of hurting. What? 0.5, 0.8, 0.5, 0.8. That's one mini game working, functional. I need to go to the recipe list here. Well, the recipe has the procedure in it, so confusing names. Do add add procedure input actions to the current recipe display. Add procedure. Okay, well, I have the to do, so it's good enough for me for now. So what have I done? I have martyr MNP mini game procedure procedure input actions. I guess that's included under procedures. Updated recipe added. I don't even know what else to add to that. Also, made items local to scene, but no updates to items besides that. Edited procedure type which contains a type procedure input actions. So you keep track of each input at each step of the procedure. Vessel minigame. only works with green. The green herb recipe as no other procedures have been configured. Alright, I'm going to stop because I'm getting a little beat. I don't want to burn myself out, and I got the Baldur's Gate stuff in a little bit, so yeah. I will try to stream Thursday. Probably not tomorrow. I want to do laundry and errands, so we'll see. But Thursday, so that's the goal. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. But for now, I just need to think about what I'm going to do. Oh, I kind of have an idea. I'm basically just going to work on the Cauldron minigame next. And once that's sorted out, I need to figure out if I even want to do a merger minigame. Probably do. But I don't even know what that would entail. That one's a little more complicated if I want to make that into a minigame, so I don't even know how I would do that. Because it's like, okay, you have 2 or 3 items and then you combine them, but how are they being combined? And like, I could get creative with it for sure, but it seems a little extra right now. So yeah, I'm going to probably hold off on that for now, but